Okay, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be for this. Alrighty, good afternoon, everybody who's watching this in the future. Um, Again, I forgot to totally plan this out. I never do. But since I still don't have an intro, I'll just go straight into the housekeeping again. So, updated the overlay yet again. I kind of like how it's turning out. It's a little uncohesive, though. I think it's a lot cuter than what I had before, and it's a little more functional, methinks. But I don't know. I'm still a bit on the fence about it, especially the background stuff. Because I think the rainbow's cute, but it doesn't really go with the rest of the character model we have there, since she doesn't have any green on her. I do have an alternate version, which just has the yellow, pink, and blue, but I already made the, whatchamacallit, these things here. And these are still just placeholders. I just wanted something that would go with the overlay so that transitioning between them wouldn't be so jarring. But those are still just placeholders. Otherwise, I guess that's it for the housekeeping. I am still gonna be playing Moon tomorrow at the usual stream time, but today, lately, I've just been feeling a little bit creative. So the plan for today is to conceptualize and create a character for use in the HONK program. We did a little bit of experimenting with that a couple of art streams ago. I don't remember which one. It might have been the last one. And even though what I tried to do in there didn't really work out for the kind of style I like with that kind of bobbing motion, I just don't think it's going to work well in the HONK program with how the layers are, since I can't make sure that everything's perfectly aligned, at least the way I was going about it. But I still think it has the potential to be an interesting and powerful program, so I still want to experiment with it. So instead of making a character or converting Kuneho into the program, since I would just be spending so long trying to make sure that she looks right in it, I decided that we would just make a new character that I'm not going to be too attached to, so that we still have something interesting visually to look at rather than my dummy character that we did before. But something where I'm not going to get too caught up in the details necessarily. You can be a little bit messy with it, but still have something kind of cute to look at. That's the idea anyway. So I did a poll on one of my side blogs just to get us started. And the winner of that was these 3 emojis here. So we're going to make a character based on this, design them for rigging and honk, and see if we can do that. Hopefully we get that all done in this one stream. So this might be a longer stream, shorter if I can do this quickly, since we're doing this from very beginning to the end, so on and so forth. I think that's all to mention about what we're doing. So I'm going to start the music and just go from there. Since there's currently nobody in the chat, I'm probably going to just be vibing out, but I'll try to talk about the process as I'm going along. So, for this one, I'm not going to worry too much about doing like a full body necessarily, because I don't think that's going to be necessary to test the things that I want to test in HONK, because there's a couple of things that I want to do. I want to try having a couple of moving parts, so maybe something like ears that move when they're speaking, or like holding an item, something like that. And I want to see if maybe we can get like somewhat full body tracking. Not sure how that's gonna work, but we are gonna be designing them to whatchamacallit, to follow the mouse cursor, like their whole body instead of just the mouse. See if that's something that's gonna be possible for us. Otherwise, yeah. Or if I wanted to do a full body, we could do it as a chibi. I just don't want to do like a normal or regular size character in the full body, because it's kind of pointless to test that out, because most people aren't going to do that while they're streaming. And part of this, or part of the conceptualization of this, is to hopefully be a resource that people can reference later. Because there aren't too many tutorials on HONK. It's a new-ish program. And I think that less people are using it over something like VideoTube, which is what Kuneho's using. Because HONK, you do need to pay for it to use it. And I guess that's part of the reason why, I'm trying to dedicate so much time to trying to learn it, because I don't want to feel like I wasted my money on it, since I'm currently not using it for the main model, or for Kuneho. But again, I think it has a lot of potential, and I think it's still being worked on, so with some updates, it could be something that I switch over to, because compared to VideoTube Mini, it does have some more, interesting options, like I said, with the tracking and whatnot. So I'd like to use it if I can, but it's just not currently set up to do the kinds of things that I want it to do. At least the way that I'm going about it. Maybe there is a way to make it work that isn't totally annoying. I've been struggling just to get down a body for this thing, but... so, what am I working with? What are the emojis I have here? So I've got warning sign, pufferfish, and unicorn, which I thought was an interesting combination of things. And I did actually start on a character design. I'm still drawing on this layer, aren't I? Pasty there. You know what? We are going to sketch above that, because that makes more sense. I did start designing a character for this, because I originally got all these emojis because I wanted to make, like, some adopt, or... yeah, I guess that's how you'd say that. Adopt, character designs, and I thought a lot of the combos I got were interesting. But since I'm probably not going to have the energy to go fully into that, whatchamacallit, I decided to just put all the emojis I got up for vote so we could use them for this project. So, let's see. I do want them to have some ears so we can test the movement on that. So what I'm thinking is that it'll be mostly unicorn-based, but they're gonna, instead of being like a true unicorn, they're gonna have multiple horns to bring in the pufferfish element. So lots of spikes. They're a spiky little fella. And warning sign, I'm thinking like some industrial street fashion, something like that, to pull that in. Got the idea of them holding a construction sign or something as a weapon, which will give us something to experiment with them holding stuff. But yeah, combination of cute and sharp elements, I think is what we're going for here. Might be easier if I pull up the design I was working on, but I don't want to totally, reuse that stuff, because I wasn't liking the direction it was going in anyways. I also want them to be generic enough that anybody feels comfortable using it, so... might do just a funny little mascot guy, but I don't know. Just not feeling this totally. What I should do. This is usually what I do when I make new characters. I usually start them off as a chibi, so I can see the whole body without, without that much detail, and then work on chiseling out the fine details later. Just doing it from the upper body without anything else is kind of throwing me off. So just do this how I normally would, instead of jumping around so much. I just need something on paper. Because otherwise, this entire stream is just going to be designing them. The whole point of this is that we wouldn't be spending too much time in that portion, so I don't get too attached to them, so I don't worry too much about the final product. Because the arts can look any way to really test out HONK, which is why the like 5-minute test we did before was just with the dummy. Very generic looking character that we had before. But if I want to do this for a full stream, then I think it'd be a good idea for at least a portion of it to be into the more fun stuff, like designing and conceptualizing the character. Heck, this will be good enough for a base. It is not perfect. It's a little lopsided, he thinks, but we'll work with it just so we've got something. For sure, I do want to have at least one big ol' horn. Be cute. I suppose it wasn't gonna work on their small neck, but let me try. I'm gonna try like a collar thing. This is something I had on the original design, but I know there are like pictures, like old pictures of unicorns, I think, that have like crowns around their neck or something to that effect. I'd like them to have something like that, since it's a spiky element that can kind of bring in the warning sign elements and the spiky elements, you know? Probably doesn't work conceptually with having a big ass head like this, since it's just gonna poke into him. But visually, I think it's an interesting idea. Let me see. So this thing like street fashions and things. There's a picture. Some clothes that I thought were interesting for this. Just have to go find it in my files. So the date, please. Put those in. Whoops, I did not want to duplicate them. Yeah. I saw something like this, I think would be fun to look at. Yeah. Or instead of doing like a regular cuff bracelet, I could bring back the crown motif. Instead of crowns as the bracelets. I'm not sure if this part of the model would even be on stream most of the time, since their arms would be down. Something I should also think about. We're gonna test like extra expressions and emotions. So I was mostly concerned with getting the movement down. So, you know, testing the, whatchamacallit? The tracking and building them for that. But I don't know, if we have time, we might try to do like an alternate emotion. But it basically, if the rigging process goes well, then basically just be the same thing, just with another emotion. And if this is going to be a resource, we might as well do things like that, but let's see. So what I liked from this picture are these kinds of belt things that seem to just hang off of it. I wish I had more pictures of the outfit, but I've only got that one. Let's see if I can pull up some more. Utility, street fashion. Streetwear. Let me see. I know y'all can't see me going around with Google Images right now, but those are some cool pants, but I'm not too worried about the pants. We'll throw them up there. Might as well, just so we've got something else to look at. Trying to find one more top for inspiration. Not really finding kinds of things I'm looking for. Maybe my keyword wasn't utility. Sounds like the right word. Wow. I don't want to leave y'all looking at basically nothing for too long, so I'll keep going without it. I'll figure it out as I go along. I don't know. Maybe we'll just have like a random zipper going across. I'm going to work in some more triangular shapes to represent other emojis. Bring more attention to the face area, since that's mostly where concerns are going to be. Let's turn that off for a sec. Probably look at more references of horses. I'm not really sure what their ears look like. Horse. Yeah, you're a good horse face. Oh, they're kind of small. Their ears, I mean. Oops. Big there, buddy. Kind of small. Okay. Let's shrink them then. Okay, so I guess their blue ears are just going to be non-existent. Probably shouldn't have even drew them in, but such as it is. Ooh, I just got an idea. What if, like, their big horn is actually broken? Nah. But did just also get the idea to wrap like caution tape around it, so maybe we'll do something like that. It's all bandaged up. Imply that it was broken at some point. Then they're just gonna have something dangling in the face. Unless somewhere we just like tie it up with a bow or something. That might be an interesting angle. Also need horns somewhere where it's not gonna totally cover the ears. And something like that. A bit of a darker red so you can see a separation between that and other stuff. Really is just turning into another version of the original design I started doing with the concept. Oh well, there's nothing wrong with that. Just need something to the paper. The thing about this fashion, though, is that since it's utility-based, don't see a lot of long flowing hair with it, which is something I'd like to do. Since it's a unicorn and all, with flowing hair and whatnot. Heck, get the hairline in there so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Okay. Oh, bro. I've always been the worst at coming up with, like, hairstyles for my characters. I don't know. Hair's just never been something I've been too interested in. I don't know. Let me do like a ponytail or something. It is a unicorn, so it would be fitting, I suppose. Wondering if maybe to contrast, the hair should be like light and airy, though. The rest of it is working with some pretty sharp elements. So the contrast or juxtaposition, whatever you want to call it, might be a little interesting to work with. Pockets. I don't have two sets, why not? Again, this part's probably not even going to be shown on the model, so no need to spend too much time with it. Let's see, what do I want to do for the hair? That's a lot of fun, I suppose. Like one side is shaved. So we'll get rid of the hair on this side. Oh, but then where their other ear should be shown, and it's going to be visible. Well, this doesn't have to be a human. You can just be a funky little guy, so you can turn it into like an actual unicorn. So doing the lip syncing for the muzzle is going to be a little interesting. We do it like that. You know what? That is an idea. I'll be right back and go get the image. Could do something like this. Da-da-da. Where's my picture? There we go. We do like a punk version of these things. I love these things. These are the Takara My Little Ponies. I don't know. They don't really look like horses. They just kind of, I don't know, I get very big Moomin feelings from looking at these guys, but I do like them a lot. They're very cute, so that might be an angle to come from. Maybe the ear is very small, though. So... but it's an idea, Just kind of brainstorming. If ever using or designing this character for my personal use, I might be putting a little more time into really ironing out these details, but we really just need them to be functional, to have elements of things that I want to test out. Original Darkner, hello, what's up, Bruce? Glad you could make it to another one of my garbage streams. I'm always happy to hear from you. Today, it's going to be both chill and frustrating today. So we're going to be testing out programs and finicking with this design here. Let's see, love the overlay, caps lock. Oh, I think I fixed the caps lock thing, so you should be able to caps lock without worry. That said, I'm glad that you like it. I really liked how it's turning out. I just think it lacks cohesiveness now. Because now the whole theme's been totally lost. The original overlay, what I was trying to do, even though it still wasn't finished, was to mimic, like, what the game screen would be, so a little bit minimalist. I think the original inspiration was, whatchamacallit, Mr. Driller Drill World, actually. What most of my inspiration came from for the original overlay. But now, I've got that screen within a screen problem, which I actually don't like, but it's cute. That's all that matters. Love the overlay. Yes, I'm glad that it's working. Now you can caps lock to your heart's content. I forgot what other filter I turned off. Oh yeah, like emoji spam. You should be able to spam emojis now too. Because one of the streams, Lex got hit with that and got put into jail for doing too many emojis. So it should hopefully be less strict. And people can just go ham with that. Hopefully I won't have to turn that off. Okay, so me go do another sketch over this so I can chisel out what I've got. See what I'm working with. Okay, that's the layer just made. But I guess I didn't really ask, how are you doing today? Everything going peachy, I hope. Let's see. Thank you, bud. It's no problem. Because I was kind of upset that that was happening so much during that one stream. It was, I don't know, it was just upsetting, you know? I don't want to silence people, especially while I've got so few people here to begin with. So, I'm glad that got fixed. Let's see. I'm still looking a little bit innocent for as rough and tumble as I'd like this character to be, but again, we're not too worried about developing them as a fully fledged character. We just want them to work for our HONK tests today. Let's see. I want to smooch this little unicorn's cheek. I'm doing alright. Oh, I'm glad that you like them. I'd like them to be kind of a neutral-ish character. That way more people can use them if I do wind up releasing this. So, needs to be cute enough, but we're still mostly designing for function. Let's see. Oh, I'm glad you're doing okay, too, by the way. Let's see. As long as you are, whatchamacallit, we live in life best we can call that doing alright. That's usually not how I phrase that. What do I say? I usually say that no news is good news, and as long as we're doing the best we can say we're doing alright. And sometimes the best we can is not great, but as long as we're trying, you know. Let's see. Since they have multiple horns, I guess they're technically not a unicorn. I was calling them a multi-corn in my head while I was conceptualizing that. Y'all ever do that? I feel like it's a me thing, but I seem to always refer to myself using we pronouns. It's weird. I'm not a system or anything like that, but I've always had a habit of, whatchamacallit, doing that. It's like a royal we, I suppose. Because I'm secretly the king of the cosmos. Soften the hair a little bit, but still keep the spiky elements. I am honestly surprised at how well the emojis that got picked for this worked out. Because they've all got like sharp elements. There's lots of triangles going on here. But the addition of the unicorn being there adds the potential for, you know, the cute juxtaposition that I really like. Really like doing stuff like that. A little cute, maybe either creepy or tough. I really love matching that kind of stuff up. Let's see. Multicorn sounds cute. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you like it. so maybe we can coin that. Although, I don't know if there's actually a real term for it, because, I don't know if it was around longer than this, but didn't My Little Pony, like, popularize the use of alicorn to mean, like, horned Pegasus or something like that? That's what I heard. I never really got that into it. I think by the time that My Little Pony got really popular, I was already at a point where, I don't know, where I couldn't appreciate it, because it's still a kid's show, man. And I've just got a hard time actually watching shows like that because I get bored so easily. And it's not that they're not good, it's just not my kind of thing. That's why, even though I really like it, that genre as a concept, I actually don't watch too many magical girl anime. Because they're made for little kids. And it's like, I already know these lessons about love and friendship and things. I just get bored with it. I appreciate it, but as entertainment, I'm very bored by it. It's all about the aesthetics, you know. Because I will sit through almost anything as long as I can appreciate the aesthetic. Like, Urahara, that was a very, very mediocre anime. I can't believe I sat through that whole thing because I was bored with the story start to finish, but it was just such a cute, aesthetic anime that I watched all 12 episodes of it. It's a really cute anime, like, aesthetically. But just, like, the actual content is so boring and paint by the books. Let's see. I would like to put some detail on the eyes, though, because one of the things we're going to be doing is, like, the eye tracking. So I'd like some really cute, big ol' anime eyes. I'm actually not that good at drawing, so maybe we'll do something more like... I've got an idea. Go away from the sketch, though. Yeah, it's not really working with this head shape, but I'll keep going. We'll chisel it out. This is all about chiseling out the details. Now, it's starting to look Sonic-esque. I don't know how to describe it, but something about this looks Sonic-y. Not loving it, but we'll go with it. The exclamation points in their eyes. I know that's something I really wanted to do. We'll give them little eyelashes, I guess. It's cute. I like putting eyelashes on everybody. Let's see. Okay. I want to put, like, some spikes in their ears, too. Just want to spike them up, you know? To work in the pufferfish angle, because otherwise there's nothing fishy about this. I'm really just taking the spikes from that emoji. But it works out. It works out. It's up to me to interpret how I use the emojis. Although, this neck crown thing might not be working out the way that I want it to. But I'll stick with it until... whatchamacallit? Until it's just totally not working. Do a sort of a shoulderless sleeve shirt, I guess. Although I guess it's not totally practical. So much of all these, like a shoulderless shirt? I feel like there's a proper word for it, but that's all that's coming to mind. Let's see. Look at my reference now. It's just kind of what it looks like. Could move this up a little bit. Don't need too much chest showing necessarily. I want to do another zipper thing. That's basically what Kuneho wears. It's like a little crop jacket kind of thing. Oh, that reminds me. Just for fun, so that thing isn't empty. Where is it? There we go. Forgot I added that to the overlay. That thought bubble is just free space to add anything, so that area wasn't so empty looking, since I'm not gonna have a chat there. Thought it being a place for either images or my notepad would be interesting. So we're just gonna put dab and gab up there, so it's not totally empty. Or maybe I should put a picture of the HONK thing there. Because even though it's in the title of the stream, that might help people, whatchamacallit, conceptualize what this is for. And we'll throw that there. Go to overlays, add an image source. No, I don't want a slideshow. Just an image, please. HONK. There's sort by date. Yeah, you can just throw that up there. Whoops. Got to actually add it. There we go. Now we can hide. Yeah. Dab and gab. Well, I didn't really think about using that for, whatchamacallit, horizontal images, but that'll have to do for now. Okay, not too worried about the shoes and what's below here, because it's really not going to show up. We'll still put some spikes down there, though. I'm not too worried about what this part looks like. Really not. As I continue to add detail to that area. Okay. So, I don't know. Maybe the straps come out from the shoulder and hang from there. I don't know if I want to do too many hanging elements. It is something to test, because I think HONK supports like putting things on pivots, so we can test movement that way, but I think the ears will probably serve that purpose just as well, you know? Let's see. And while I'm designing this character, or working on it, I guess now would be a great time to confess that I frickin' hate horses. I just hate the way they look, man. To me, a horse looks like a creature that should not exist. Because they're huge and massive, just total beasts. And they walk on their toes. It's not like, what do you call them? Ungulates? I think that's what you call that class of animals. Like, cows and pigs, I think. They're not both what am I talking about? Cows are bovines. Friggin' dumbass. Anyway, other, like, hooved animals who actually have, like, proper feet and toes. Horses just, like, walk on the one. And they're, like, really soft, and that's why you have to give them horseshoes. It's just a creature that looks like it shouldn't exist. They scare me, frankly. It's possibly also why I didn't get into My Little Pony that much, because I hate horses so much. That aside, though. Like, in concept, I like what horses represent as a powerful animal. Like, I can't deny that they're kind of elegant, which, what am I doing here? There we go. Now it makes sense to me. Maybe not to the actual character, because now this should actually be bending the other way. Just change that. I don't know what I'm doing. And I lost my train of thought. Such as it is. And since the model's probably only going to come up to like that area, it's not going to make much difference for me to add a tail, but I'll still go ahead and conceptualize when it's being there. Little strappy things here. Well, hopefully my brain will be able to see that and convert that into something that makes sense. Let's take this line out, because I don't really want it to be a jacket. Oops. Okay. So this is something I can work with. Yeah, okay. This is something I can kind of work with. Erase that and hand up so you can see what the underside looks like, just so I can visualize that part. Put the exclamation point symbol there too. So I guess he stole Bubsy's shirt today. Great. Okay. Yeah. This whole area got messed up, but this isn't for the model. This is just so I can see the character, so I can actually design the proper model. So we're gonna stick that up there. We'll worry about a color palette later. So now, all these into a folder. And actually start sketching out the proper model. So I think I'm gonna have them at an angle, kind of like we have Kuneho. And we might do this later, but I would like to show the work I did on updating Kuneho's model again, but all that work I did is probably gonna be scrapped, because the new one I had in the traditional front-facing pose that you see a lot of VTubers in, kind of like how our chibi is there. But, I don't know, I think the angle works better for the overlay. Even though I'm still not 100% in love with it. Whatchamacallit. I do think that's probably what I'm going to be basing all future overlays on. Let me change the canvas size so I have more room to work with. Since references in that corner there. I don't want to smush them too close together. Maybe we could do them from, like, this area on up. Yeah. Up a little bit of the... Move you down, so we've got a little more room there. So I think their ears and horn are probably going to make them a little tall. Yeah, because if they're from this much up, then I'd have room for a tail, but I don't know how practical that is. So let me grab that sketch, let me open up overlays. And we'll test it on this one. Okay, you turn off. See how that would fit in like a normal overlay. No, because even in mine, you still wouldn't see it that much. Some people do have more of their VTubers showing than others. They're about this height, and I guess some of their stuff would show, but... yeah... I guess that would work. If they were going to fit into my overlay, so... we'll keep that open, just so we can test it later. So, yeah, this is fine. From here... Not gonna get too crazy with the pose, because again, we're just testing stuff out. But the plan is to separate the arms. Those will be separate pieces. The torso. I don't know if we need to separate the neck from the torso. Those could probably be one piece, but we do need to separate the head. I'm going to separate each eye and each pupil. We're going to separate the ears so we get a little bit of movement on that, on them. I might experiment with depth. So since they're at an angle looking this way, we might separate this section of hair from that section and the horn. That way, if we get the whole thing to follow like the mouse cursor, we'll see a little bit of... Would you call that panoramic movement? Well, try to invoke that effect. If I decide that's something I want to do, that might be too complicated. I need to start with the basics. I haven't even made a simple proper model yet in that program. So, something to think about later, though. So I just need to make sure I draw it in a way that I can cut it up later for that. Okay. Now, since you do have a muzzle, let me go ahead and block out that area first before I start adding anything else. Okay, I think I can work with that. Very stub-nosed for a horse, but that's alright. I suppose it makes them a little cuter. Let's see. It's starting to look more like cat ears now I look at them. Let me see. I think horse ears are more like that kind of shape, right? Round it off. It is getting a little sharp, but that just fits into the character design. I also want to check something. Oh, that's it. Okay. There. That's the inside of the ear. I guess the piercings would hang from here. And get the face looking the way that I want it to. That's the other thing about HONK that I guess kind of bothers me. I just don't like it. I talked about this last time, but I don't like the 2-frame blink. It's just too few frames. If there's just an option for like one more frame, so there's an in-between, then I would probably be happy. And it's not even that Kuneho blinks. They purposefully don't blink. But, I don't know. Just in general, for what I like. Shape is just not working out for me. Maybe do something more almond shape. That might be cuter. Yeah, now I'm feeling it. Oh, it's not really almond because it's just a teardrop. But such as it is, you can see what I'm doing. You know what I mean. I'm also thinking that since they have like the exclamation point thing, I want them to have a proper pupil or not. 'Cause even if I add it, it's going to be covered up by the exclamation point. I'm not totally sold on that, but we are still working in the sketch, so maybe it'll come together later. Look, some eyebrows, I think it's cute. Put up one of them. That's kind of cute. Now their head is kind of massively big compared to their body. And I like that effect with some characters, but it's not quite working for this friend. Let's fit your body a little better. Just thinking, I guess I've just made a furry today, haven't I? That's fine. So I wanted them to be a little mascot fella, so they'd be a little more neutral. Because if it's a human and they start having like human features, then it starts locking out some people from being able to use it. And I guess in theory, not everyone's going to want to use a furry either, but conceptually, the character is neutral. Like, even if I do release this model, I don't expect anyone to use it as their actual model. It's just going to be something to dissect. This is going to have a lot, or I'm going to try to have a lot of different moving parts so we can experiment with that stuff. At this angle, you can't tell that the other side is shaven. That's too bad. Oh well. It's not necessary. The unshaven part doesn't really factor in anything we're gonna animate, so it's not a huge loss, but I don't know. I like that aspect of it. That's... I'm also trying to think about what to do for the color scheme. Because my first instinct is to do something like real rainbow and pastel-y, since it's a unicorn. But all those extra colors is gonna increase the time it takes me to finish them. So I do think I need to focus on one or two. Like, yellow and black are definitely going to be worked in somehow, so we have the warning sign thing. Oops. Properly incorporated. Let's see. It's also a little bit short. Let's move it on. That there should be decent. Extend the snout out again. Hmm. I am not liking the shape of his head. Something about it is throwing me off, since I don't normally draw animal characters like this. They usually stay small and chibi, so I'm losing what made the original kind of appealing. There's a sound. Oh, that must mean my things are working. But what happened? Heard the thing go off, but there's nothing in my activity feed. And I thought I changed all of my, alert sounds. And that was a generic one, so I'm not sure what would have triggered. Well, whatever it is was probably good, so thank you to whoever it was and whatever you did. Thank you. Even though I didn't see it, and I don't know what it is, honestly. To have a sound effect for subscribers, tips, super chats, all that good stuff, so I don't know what else it could be. That would have triggered the generic notice. And no matter what it was, YouTube or Streamlabs should have told me what it was. So if you're in the chat and did something, do let me know so I can properly thank you for whatever you may have done, or scold you if it was something bad. Because to be honest, on my end, my chat hasn't moved at all for like a little bit, so if you're saying anything in there and haven't responded to it, I literally don't see anything. I don't have anything past multi-corn sounds cute. If something is happening. I checked both on my phone and whatchamacallit. I'm just scrapping this whole thing. It looks too off. Something's wrong here. Maybe it's the body. Something about this is wrong, though. Yeah, I'm just gonna start over. Because the things that I want to test with the animation, I can't use this front view for. Since we want to... Parallax, that's what I was thinking of earlier. It wasn't panoramic, it was parallax. But I don't think that's what we're doing here either, technically speaking. Maybe we'll just do the chibi at an angle instead of trying to reinvent them into a different style. Yeah, it's already looking a little cuter. That's what we'll do. Because even if the chibi's size, as long as they're turned at an angle, I should be able to test everything I want to test. So let's go for that. Plus, then we should be able to have more of them on screen, so I might be able to work in the tail too. That's a little too tall. They're getting like Kuneho proportions. Kuneho has very long legs. And that's by design. She's supposed to have long legs, but it does throw off her balance a little bit, I think. Sometimes, if I don't draw her right. But the long legs are a feature, not a bug. In this character, though, they would be a bug. Let's see. Speaking of YouTube and OBS not telling me stuff, I'm not really sure what determines when it tells me who's following, or rather subscribing or not. Because some people I get like a special notification for, and I get to see like their, whatchamacallit, their username and their profile and whatnot. But most people, it doesn't even let me know. All I do is see the numbers go up. I don't know if that's because the accounts that are following me are new or don't have anything on them, or something of that effect. But I find it very odd. I still have not figured out how to see everybody that follows me either. I don't know if that's like a privacy thing and you're not supposed to know, but I don't know. It just strikes me as a little bit weird. Like, all things I could properly research and just haven't done because I'm lazy. Because it doesn't concern me too much about who's following me. Things like that. So if you show up in the chat and try to have a good time, that's how I'll remember you. Although, of course, I'm grateful for everyone that shows up. You know. I'm just not too concerned about each individual, whatchamacallit, number, I suppose. Because again, I don't know, because there might be a reason that some of them just aren't showing up and some are, but I don't know. Okay, so let's see how that fits, since I guess we're just gonna do the body anyway. Whoops. At this size, about that much would show up. So we do get a little bit of leggy action, so I need to design them up to that point. Oops, wrong one. Maybe we'll change the arm pose so it's resting on their hip. It might mess up what I want to do for the animation, but I think it'll be a little more interesting to look at. Oh, you know what would be cool? Let me see if I have a reference for that in my reference pictures. Where are my references? Off the web. I didn't put those in a stock and transparent, did I? Oh, where's my reference folder? There. Oh, because I sorted by date, so the folders got sorted that way too. God damn it. What? No, these are all too dynamic for what I wanted to do. I wanted to see if I had a reference of someone resting something on their shoulder. One of the ideas I had when looking at the emojis I had was that the character would be holding like a warning sign kind of thing that they bash people with, I guess. I guess we can do that, so that'll be something we can animate, I suppose. And then this arm can be resting on their hip. So, let's see if we can puff out their chest a little bit. So this angle isn't so static. Select all this business, so. Okay, I think I've got what I need. Ah, dang it, I still got art on the corner of the sign. And so now their line of action is more like this. It's a little more interesting to look at. Not exactly professionally done, but it looks interesting. I suppose that's what matters. And I don't know how they're gripping this, since I did officially give them not shoes, hooves. Yeah, that's something weird. I've seen like other horse furries, and they're always It always gets me when they have the individual fingers. It just looks weird. It upsets me slightly. That just adds on to how monstrous I think horses look. Not such as it is. It is not a fun thing to be so disgusted by horses given where I live. Granted, I see a lot more cows than I do horses, but this is still horse country. The shoulder would be raised a little bit more to get like the height of the thing. Although, where I'm at, the big part of the sign right there, like the interesting part of it, it's probably going to be off screen. But it is still part of the character design, so it'll be kind of like, you know, now you still have to design the character below the waist, even if that much isn't going to be showing up. Yeah, there's something wrong with the arm here. I'm gonna fiddle with it a little bit, and if I can't get it working in the next couple of tries, it's just gonna be what it is. We're just gonna let the art be bad, because this isn't about making great art. I just need it to be functional. It's gonna upset me that it looks awkward, but I'm gonna be upset with it either way. Yeah. You also grab the head. Head's in an awkward place since I transformed it. That, maybe lean a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm liking that. Do that. You know what? Let's just redo the sign, because I would like there to be like a bend in it to imply that it has been used for actually bashing things in. I might change that up a little bit. Let me actually do the sign on a different layer so that I can move it around without worrying about how I'm messing up the sketch for our character here. I don't know what I'm gonna name him though. I didn't really think that far ahead. For some reason, the name Yomi is coming to me, but I'm not really sure what it means. It just sounds neat. It's gonna be an angle, but I don't know. They look like a Yomi. Put like a bow on it or something. Let's match the bow on their horn, which is still made of caution tape, mind you. Oh yeah. Let's get rid of that. Oops, I'm in the wrong layer now. I'm figuring out the face. I'm already much happier with this. It is coming together. And plus, making it a chibi means I can line it a little bit quicker so we can get into the program faster. Let's see. Oh, and if you are still in the chat watching, do feel free to suggest other names for this character. Like Yomi just came out of nowhere. Still not sure what it means or why it came to that. But anything is fine. As long as it suits them, I suppose. I could give them like a My Little Pony style name, so maybe we can just call them warning signs. That is a proper pony name, I think. It would be allowed in the canon, as far as I know. Then again, I'm not even certain if chat is working. Because again, I haven't seen anything since, whatchamacallit, since that one chat. But such as it is, I'm apparently still live, so whatever's happening is happening, I guess. Or maybe I should have them all down the middle instead of them all to the sides. The horns, I mean. Let's see. Finally. Sorry, my YouTube is bugging out. Oh, I see. Oh. I don't know, maybe that was worldwide, because now that I rechecked since you messaged, my the number of people in chat's also increased on my side. Now it's showing 3 instead of 0. So maybe that's just a YouTube thing. So sorry if I missed anything. If you said anything in the time from the original Dark Nerd saying sorry, you may want to retype that because I haven't seen it at all. Let's see. Yomi is a great name. Horses are indeed sins against my nature, and my persona is a deer with hoof feet but individual fingers. Yeah, they totally are now that I think about it. But it doesn't bother me on a character like that, because again, like, deer have the individual fingers and things. So it's easier for me to, like, see the jump from having the hooves to having the fingers. So, as long as they've got, like, I guess you'd call them cloven hooves, I don't mind it. It's with horses and horse-like animals specifically. That just bug the heck out of me. Well, if YouTube was bugging out, then I guess the notification signal might have been a bug too. Because again, I still don't know what triggered it. And I did set up my thing to have custom sounds, so I still don't know what that was for. That happened to me before when I started streaming. When I first streamed on Twitch, I heard the notification sound but didn't figure out what it was until much later. And then I found out it was that somebody that had subscribed. But such as it is. Oh, I almost forgot to say. I'm glad that you like the name, but do you have any ideas for him? I'm open to ideas. I'm not super attached to it. The whole point of the stream is to design a character that I wouldn't be attached to. I should probably look up if Yomi is even a real name, too. Because Naomi is a name, but just spell it like, that, I think, which is different. Let's... Nah, something's looking off again. Head's too damn big again. Let's see. That's a little bit better. Okay, we can work with that. Okay, so I think I've blocked out the fine details. Now, turn you down. So I can actually work on the finalish sketch, then we can ink, cut it up, and take it in HONK. I want to do this fairly quickly. That part's all worked out. Let me go block out the clothes. See if I want to keep his crown necklace. Heck, come on. It's gonna come around like that. One of it's gonna be here, I suppose. Cannot draw circles today. Not even circles, these are ellipsi, I suppose. Ellipses. Ellipses. I'm making it too short. That's okay. Oh, why would I try to make a 3D shape in this kind of an area when I know I can't do it? Okay, so that would be hidden in the neck, so I can erase that. Neck back in. Horses do have, like, nostrils like that, right? I don't do that. Where's my horse face? Let me see. Yeah, they got individual nostrils. Do that. They do that though. Horses don't have the split lip thing, but it's cute, so maybe we'll do it anyway. Because humans don't have that either, but just see them on little chibi characters all the time, so maybe we'll give them that. Well, I'm gonna have to make multiple mounts for them anyway, so I guess I should really just be conceptualizing it when it's closed. So they're gonna have to make mouse shapes for most of the letter sounds. I could probably get away with reusing some for certain ones. No, that was cute. Just it like that. Yeah, they look a little sly now. Like they're up to something. Yeah, it's cute. It's cute. I like it. Okay, I'll worry about the eye decals later. I need to worry about blocking in the important stuff. That's always what I do. Get caught up in the little details and then not enough attention to the important stuff. And so the work suffers for it. Such as it is, though. That's basically my answer to everything. It is what it is. So I don't try to waste time trying to fix things that I know I'm either not gonna fix or have no power to fix. No, I think that's a little defeatist, though. I do dislike that a little bit about how I think. I tend to go to the negative first. Not the most positive trait to have, but again, it is what it is. But I try to turn it around when I notice it. That I'm being a little bit negative for no reason. Try to look on the bright side and all that. Just gotta come at some things from a different angle. Then you might see that there was something good in it after all, you know? For as lazy as I am, and that laziness is another way of saying depression, I dislike when things are too stagnant, because I think if you notice problems, that should be a reason to try and fix it, you know? Because I forgive ignorance in people, you know? Because ignorance is just not knowing things. And there's a lot of things that people just don't know. But it's when you know something is wrong and you don't do anything to fix it is when it starts upsetting to me. And again, there's a difference between things that are fixable and things you just can't do crap about. But I don't know. It depends on the situation. It's situational, but that's my general philosophy about things like that. Let's see. It also seems like the chat has stopped again. Because I know that Bruce always likes to answer my questions when I have them, for the most part. There's usually a response there, so if I'm not getting anything, I guess that means something has stopped. Or maybe you've just left. That's alright, either way. Either way, I'll get this done. With or without anyone watching. Speaking of getting stuff done, that overlay was done in a single day. Like, I've had ideas and concepts for it, for that kind of thing before, like with the whole HUD thing, which I had drawn out before, but basically did it start to finish in a single day. I worked on that from about 3 p.m. to 7 a.m., I think. Something like that. So that's what happens to me once I get started on something and I get kind of dedicated to it. Just keep going and I don't stop. I would probably stream for longer than 4 hours at a time if I didn't, if I didn't just get tired and thirsty. Because when I'm talking out loud, then I start becoming more aware when I'm getting tired of things. Or, when I'm dying, basically. But when I'm just by myself and I get caught in one of my extreme work loops, then I don't notice it as much because I'm focused on the work I'm doing and not my body slowly decaying in front of me or around me. Well, it is just me. No, we're not gonna get into philosophical ideas like that right now. What part is me? Is it the mind, the body, the soul, etc.? We're not doing that today. It's not that kind of stream. Not today. You know what? I'm almost starting to fall in love with this character. They're cute. They have a crop. I don't think they had a crop top, did they? I've been giving too many characters crop tops lately. Yeah, it's a crop top. Not that I don't like them. I keep drawing them because I like them too much. But sometimes you gotta reel back, Not everything can be so self-indulgent. Let's see. Sorry, I'm here, just zoning out about. Don't worry about it, man. Like, I know that my streams are probably the kind of thing that are put up into another tab and just listened to on a subconscious level. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you are enjoying it in your own way, I am fine. So I'll find a way to ramble about something or another, regardless. So, do not feel pressured. And now I know that even if you're not there, there's not something necessarily wrong. So, it is good for me to know that. So I'm not panicking. Sometimes there's just nothing going on in the chat, and that is okay. Should curve out that way. I think they should look a little bit more menacing. If they get too angry looking, then. Why is this brush like this? Oh, I'm still using the vector brush from when I was doing the overlay. There we go. That's a little softer. Should I put the eyebrows on another layer? Should that not be a their own thing. Not sure. That's not how horse hooves work. I guess that works. Could have just given them boots. They don't have their feet hooves showing. Yeah, I gave them boots. What am I doing? So I don't even have to worry about that. They should be wearing shoes. So, that's something weird I just realized about this character. So, I'm probably not going to add them into the final one, but when I sketched them out, I gave them horseshoes on their hands. Which, I guess since they don't walk on their hands, they don't need the horseshoes anymore. Though, being a unicorn, since they're strong enough to develop the horns in the first place, maybe they wouldn't need horseshoes, you know? Horses wear horseshoes because their toes are so weak and brittle. If I'm recalling that correctly, I think that's the reason we give them horseshoes. I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Again, they're not going to be seen from that low down, so I'm not too worried about fleshing out the details there. It's getting a belt or something. Lots of belts, that's what they need. They need more belts. That's the whole thing with this character. Covered in, what you call it, warning tape and stuff. So, I have a belt here, which I think is an idea I reused for, what you call it, for, Egg, aka, Carenting. One of his outfits has like a, what you call it, a caution tape belt. So, let it be known that I am an uncreative hack that reuses their ideas constantly. Let's see. It goes past the elbow, so let's stop that here. Yeah. There. 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 The volume. And another one of the crowns here. I wouldn't really see it on this arm, not the angle they're at. With the angle they're at, you might not even see this much of the arm, but such as it is. Horn, the big horn also has, whatchamacallit, caution tape all fastened to it. Someplace it ends up as bone. The wings need to be the same width as the rest of the tape. Do it like that. Yeah, okay. How are we doing? Go to that. I think I did decide to cut the sleeves off, so I'm gonna have a little bit of shoulder action, I suppose. Okay. Sketch this in. Just so I have it back there. I'm be turning these sketch layers off, so I need to make sure I can still can't see it. There we go. This would be falling. Forgot that I was drawing an angle for a second. Something I wanted to do instead of just having like a hole there. Maybe like a piece of concrete or something to show that it was ripped out of the ground or something. I don't know if I'll be able to pull that off though. Nah, leave it be. I'm complicating the design for no reason. Let's see. Looking at this little horsey, I realized something. Would Kuneho even have a belly button? No, she doesn't. She's a robot. And if I pull up the most recent image I did of her, where is it? Concepts. There we go. No, she doesn't have a belly button. So I guess the way I've drawn it would either be there or below here. But no, she doesn't have a belly button. And that is, again, by design. It's a feature, not a bug, or lack of a feature in this case. Our horsey guy probably would, though. It's probably going to be covered up by this sign here, so we'll probably move that. And I feel like I've been using he, him pronouns for this little guy here, but again, they're supposed to be neutral. I have a habit of doing that with my characters. I always say just whatever's on the mind. Usually my mind defaults to he, him, or they, them. Even for Kuneho, I don't always say she, her. But they're my characters, so it's nothing to worry about in this case. It'll start being a problem when I start doing that to actual people. Which hopefully I don't ever do. I want to respect things like that. But sometimes I'm just a little bit mindless when I'm working on my own stuff, so I don't think about it that much. They just are what they are in that moment of time, so I can refer to them. Okay, I think the way I've sketched the shirt, it's a little too vague for me to figure out what I'm actually doing, but we'll get there when we get there. I think now's about the time to start figuring out how I cut this up. So, for our purposes, another sketch here, so we can visualize what I'm thinking. So, this part should be its own. We probably don't need too much movement there. Arm should be its own, and the arm will be carrying, call it, the sign. This arm will be by itself. Head will be its own thing. Mouths all have to be separate. Eyes, we're gonna need a blink, and let's separate the irises so they can move around. And each ear we're gonna do separately too. The hair, I'm still thinking if I want to cut it up to do the panoramic thing. I'll think about it. We might, though, just to add to the effect, we might separate the bows, since they're kind of in front of everything else, so we can get some slight movement with them side to side. Might also do that with the straps, but I'm unsure about it. Okay. Oh, and the tail. Tail's gonna be its own thing. I think... I think that's the plan, though. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let me start off with the head, because I always do. We'll get my preferred brush, which is this one, but I recently downloaded a bunch of random ones. But I'm not in the mood to really experiment with those. Just gonna go with old reliable, so I can get this done kind of quickly. It might be a little bit sketchy, because again, this fella here is designed for, whatchamacallit, utility. As long as the lines are closed, I'll probably be happy with it. Though, I'm still gonna be trying. It's just that I'm not gonna be worrying about every stray pixel in this case. And even when I do worry about that stuff, I still wind up missing stuff. Because it may be a little bit hard to tell, given how small she is on the screen. But a little while ago, I noticed that Kuneho's eyebrows have colors outside the lines. So there's a little bit of that, you wouldn't call that maroon. I'm not sure what color you call Kuneho's hair. But there's a little bit of that leaking out of her eyebrow. If you zoom in the screen a whole bunch, you might be able to see it. I'm not gonna bust out the model just to show it, though. We'll come back to that. That's bugging me. Might have to come in with a vector layer to fix that. So, I am not separating the horn from the hair currently, so we'll leave that be. Not drawing in the ear. Enough. Cool thing too, if I decide to develop this beyond just the idle, now that I'm thinking about it, is if I separate the arms, I'll be able to give them multiple arms for multiple situations. If you have them holding a controller or something in one, or, you know, maybe have like a drawing pen or something. But since HONK works, or the tracking that it does have works by tracking the mouse cursor, I actually do some pretty decent tracking of like drawing on a tablet. I would think so anyways. It's something I'd have to experiment with, but I think that might be an option. I've been wanting to make a model of Kuneho with that too. Right now I've only got the one basic in the new, whatchamacallit? In the new model, we just have that idol that you see right now, standing and talking. But I did have plans to do a couple of different expressions. I need sad, angry, defeated, scared, and one for drawing. I think there was another one in my list, but I don't remember what it was. And I still need to do some graphics for the transition screens. Know that I want at least one of their expressions to be kind of like a shutting down motion to represent either going to sleep or technical difficulties. Because I think this is probably a stream that warrants there being a technical difficulties screen. And I think we could do something cute with it anyways, so might as well. But all stuff in the future. I've also still got to be thinking about the color palette of this thing. I'm not too good at choosing color palettes, admittedly, but We'll see if we can figure something out. If worst comes to worst, we'll just randomly generate one. We know for sure we're going to be using yellow and black, but those are some high contrast colors. I'm not sure what else is going to really match with them. Maybe something like a sky blue. We'll think about it. We'll get there when we get there. Okay, ears are separate, so how do I want to do that? The ears, the way that the layering works... Horn's gonna... I can't have the horn be a part of the ear layer, because the ear is gonna be on like a pivot that's gonna move when we talk. Is the plan. Have the horn on a separate layer and just have it not move when we talk. Yeah, we'll do that. I think that's how we'll solve that problem. It's not everything that's separated has to be animated. So we'll do that. The horn's gonna be separate. And hopefully I don't forget about it. Yeah, because there's also this little bit of hair, too. That's going to be covering it. But that's easy enough to fix. We just don't, whatchamacallit? We just don't add a line to the bottom of the, ear. It just kind of free hangs. I'll show what I mean later. The ear is technically going to be on top of this layer. It's just not going to be... But it needs to still be behind the horn. That's all I need for the head. I'm not liking how this strands turn out. Oh wait, that's right. I need to put the caution tape on the horn. So there's no need for that to be on a separate layer. Just the ribbon itself that we might change up. I don't know. As I was silently, I guess, jamming out to myself, I was just thinking that one of the more annoying parts of doing, like, an art stream for me, because I like doing it, although I know I'm not very professional. Again, it's not something you should be taking any sort of lessons from in general. But the annoying part of it is that I can't really do this how I would normally draw. And not that I think that music would really affect how my artwork look at the end of the day. The fact that I can't just, like, listen to a podcast while I'm streaming this, lest y'all be stuck in silence and just hear my voice, which I think is much more annoying than having the music with the voice. You can drown out whatever I'm saying, and the music can just kind of take you away to do whatever you're doing while I'm in the background. But I can't really listen to the music that I would normally listen to either, for fear of, like, a copyright strike. And at the moment, I'm not currently monetized, so that would technically mean nothing to me, but I do need to, you know, future-proof in a way. I don't want to get in trouble for no reason, you know. Same reason why we don't have the chat on screen, just to mitigate something bad getting onto on screen and in the chat and having to edit it later. And whatchamacallit, if I were to have it now, well, there's really nothing to worry about moderating for the most part. I don't have to take it away later. So you just don't get it at all from the beginning. But I think I've talked about that philosophy a couple of times now. Run out of things to say, I just go back to the backlog. Whatever thoughts I've had before. That's how I remember things with my memory being so bad. I have to re-remember them. Let's see. Yeah, it's getting a little bit busy, but that's okay. That's fine. So, one's gonna be in a separate one. Ear, an ear. Okay. I don't know if I even want to do line arts on the muzzle. That might just be like a block of color, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Name Slayer. Head outline. Just start putting this into a folder. Let's see. Do F horn, so you know that's for the foreground. Oops. So we'll do that. And then it'll just be filled in with color. So, okay, so that's good. We'll need the ear, and I guess I'll do traditional naming conventions. So, this is the character's left ear. Probably should have marked that as outline, but I'm sure I'll figure it out later. Almost never, whatchamacallit, actually name my layers until like the end. So do that just to cut it off, but the color will extend past that. I think that's the play. That's what oh, I forgot to sketch in their earrings. I can probably figure it out from here, but I just noticed that it's supposed to have little studs. That's spikes. Everywhere. Spiky little fella. Probably shouldn't have outlined him black. Now it's gonna be hard to see anything. That's okay. Nah, I'm getting too complicated. It's gonna be too much. Okay. R here. Okay. That will go behind the head outline. And since that's behind, I can actually go past it a little bit and not worry about the line art so much. Okay, so I think that's the head. Now we gotta do the face, which we will put into its own folder. Oops, I don't want to vector. Well, since only the mouth is going to be moving, we can still put in the nostrils there, I think. There we go. Now we'll do the eyes. And for what I'm doing, I might not need the eyes on a separate layer either, because I really just need the iris to move around inside of it. Since the way I draw, like, blinking, you still see the whites of the eyes, which doesn't make physical sense, but I think it looks cute. I'll show what I mean when I say that. When I finish drawing it in. Let's do that, so that eye is going to be covered. That. Yeah. eyelashes in. I guess 2 is fine. Fill those in with black, because I usually do the eyelashes the same color as the line art. So it can all be on the same layer. Guess that's even. Oh, I don't have my color selected, that's why. Now what? It's technically not closed. There you go. But now that I think about it, their iris is actually, whatchamacallit, bigger than, whatchamacallit, than their socket. So how it's gonna move around in there, because I don't remember if HONK supports masking. So that's actually gonna be a problem for us, now that I think about it. And that wouldn't be a problem if I was just using this as a regular eye, but since I wanted to follow the cursor, not being able to mask it is a problem. Could just shrink the iris. But then they start looking a little crazy. And not as cute as they were before. Those big eyes that add the cuteness, but when it's smaller like that, it gets a little wild. We'll see if we can make it work, though. Just big enough to not have to be masked, but small, or flip that. Small enough that it doesn't need to be masked, but big enough that they don't look like, I guess bug-eyed is the word. Bug-eyed's when they're big, right? Let's see how they can move around. Guess that's okay. That's an okay size, I suppose. So, 5, nice. That paste there. Make it look smaller. This doesn't work, I'm not going to be able to copy it. Because since we're at an angle, the iris would also bend a little bit. Shape, so I can't just copy and paste it. About right. Oh, it should be about right. I just need to clean it up. So I don't mind it when the iris falls outside of the eyeball. It's an interesting look. So, I guess that's okay. Back had to do some work on my Mother's Day gift since she just left for a bit. Oh, that's all good, man. It's cool that you're doing something for your mama, though. You want to talk about it? What is it? What you making for 'em? Ooh, I didn't realize Mother's Day was coming up so soon. I gotta start planning for that too. Set that up. Oh, that's right. I also need to piercings on this here too. There we go. It's the little stud that they're on the inside though. There we go. I guess that's gonna have to work. So we'll do the eye. As we call those sockets. This one should be the right iris. Okay, I think that should work. If only we had masking. I wouldn't have to make them so weird looking, but such as it is, should have thought about that first. So we're gonna put all our mouths. It's gonna be our closed mouth. I'm looking at them. I kind of want to give them, what do you call it? A septum piercing? Is that what you call this nose piercing? Yeah, I guess you just call it a nose piercing. Septum is like the belly button? I forget. I'm stupid. I don't remember anything. And let's go ahead and do that. Nah. I changed my mind. Now, if I do like a ring, then it's gonna be like cow imagery. A little unicorn horse thing. We don't need to be invoking the cow, but I like them much more than horses. Okay, so as for the mouth shapes, I'm actually gonna open up HONK here so I can see what they recommend. So they do already. This program already comes with some default characters for learning stuff. The David model in particular has all of the mouth shapes we're gonna need. I'll just throw those in the paint. So I'm gonna take a look at them. Whoops. Oh, there's so many. I got lost. Wrong thing. Okay. So I definitely need at least the basic open mouth. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong things. Illustration. Oh, I need to save this so that I don't totally lose my stuff in the case of a crash. Just realize it. So we'll call you Uni for now, even though you've got multiple horns. Okay, what was I doing? Open mouth. Use closed mouth as a base, because everything's gonna come from that. So lift the mouth, upper lip up a little bit. Do that. And that'll be Should we give them little teeth? Yeah, let's give them like the little tooth that represents multiple teeth. And that looks weird. Like that. Yeah, we'll do the heart tongue thing. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite things to do. It's just cute. Yeah, I think that works. So that's I know we're gonna need ooh. Let me see. Get close on this stuff I don't need, so I have more room. Don't need you, don't need you, don't need you anymore. Oh yeah, I didn't test the model again to make sure that would fit in there. So copy you, just to see how that's looking. I don't think I changed it from that base too much, so it should still fit about the same. I was right in thinking that the sign's gonna be totally cut off. We could move them more here, and you would see it and still not take up that much of the screen. So I guess we're still good. I'll apply the transformation. Look at you. Yeah, so something like that would still work. Okay, so back to what I was doing. Duh. That's... Okay, don't need Kuneho up here anymore. Oh, I'm gonna have to name my mouths too. Guess we could just go like that. This kind of mouth. Not sure what sound this is representing though. This be ooh. I feel like that's an ooh sound. And this one you wouldn't see it. Ooh. Well, we'll have it as ooh for now. Would you rename this layer, please? It's one thing I hate about this is, for some reason, I find it very difficult to actually click on the layer name so I can rename it. It's kind of a pain. So, need one that's like that. Do me one teeth connecting, so that can be our yeah. We don't need one for every single sound, because some of them look similar enough that with a character this simple, it's probably not going to matter. Let's see, BRB, pencil broke, gotta get a new one. Nah, you're good, man, you're good. I guess from that information, though, we can deduce that whatever you're working on is some art. I do hope that your mama likes it. So, I probably should have waited to say that when you came back. Probably didn't even hear that. So what do I have? Ooh. What else do I need? Yeah, I'm gonna need a unique sound for that, for sure. So I mean, biting the lip. I don't think I've ever made like a proper talk cycle before. I know I learned how to do it long time ago when I was slightly serious about animation. Maybe just the 2 lines is enough to convey that. They are looking kind of creepy though. The smaller irises is really bugging me, but there's nothing I can do about it if I don't have a mask. So it's gonna be duh. Okay. So duh. Did I decide that this was good enough for duh? We can do a variation. We can have slightly more open. That way we have the tongue against the teeth. Let's see what I'm doing here. So now that I've resized it, the pixels are going to be different from all the other ones, so I have to just redraw it from scratch. Just need it to be a variation of the other one. So one like that, which is so different enough from ah that we know that it's a different sound. So duh. Okay. So what do I have? Ooh. Oh, yeah, you're gonna need teeth for your ooh, because your other ones have teeth. Oh, this whole mouth is like looking weird. I'm not liking an ooh mouth. That's a little better though. Let's see. I do that. There you go. Now you're looking a little better. No, I just want to put it like lower on the face. It looks weird that being that high. Okay. So, let's proper. Yeah. Guess that's fine. It is. I think it is fine for neutral. Okay, what else do I need? Eh. Eh. It is like, duh, but without the tongue, I guess. Just raise the tongue. Okay, I see what's going on. I'm a moron. I forgot that this is a copy of the layer that I have turned on. So this would be eh. Maybe we can shrink it a little bit just so it looks a little more different from eh, from duh. Mm. Oh, phone turned off. Oh. Did the stream die? It says I'm still streaming. Let me see. Let's just refresh you. I'm still alive. I don't know why my stream just dies on mobile sometimes. I just can't see it. Yep, I'm still alive. Okay. Alrighty. What else do we need? Oh. That looks very similar to duh. Just an open mouth. Doesn't need to be that much variation, so and probably reuse duh for too, since it's tongue at the roof of the mouth. Just slight variation. Oh. Oops. It's getting hard to navigate this stuff again. So, ooh. It's not O, though. Let's make a proper O. Yeah, because the mouth shrinks when you do like O. So it doesn't need to go corner to corner. Let's make that shape. Ooh, O. Okay. And I do apologize if me making these noises is kind of annoying, but it's so I can feel the shape of my own mouth, so I can visualize it a little bit better. So it's probably the same as teeth showing, right? Or yeah, be the same. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna block out the color. We're gonna take the head into whatchamacallit, into HONK to see if what we have so far is functional. Because the rest of the body shouldn't be as complicated. So I'd like to make sure all of these are fine first. So, still gonna work on the color palette later. For now, I think we're just gonna put in some place. Oh, God, they're creepy looking. Yeah, I do not like that. You know what's wrong? They're missing their freaking eyebrows. Put something in for their eyebrows real quick so it's not creeping me out so much. There we go. There we go. Automatically not as creepy. I'm still not in love with how they look. But again, they were designed for me to not worry about that stuff, so I'm just gonna keep it to myself. So I'll make the body blue so you can see it. Okay, let's refer to reference layer. Reference for now. Again. There you go. We'll just do so I can see when it's piercing and not more ear. Okay. So we can there. And then that to our ear again. Set to reference, you. You. Okay, guess that's it. Just so it's not bugging me so much. Just put your muzzle there. There you go. So this layer also includes all of the hair. Just do the hair in pink for now. So you can see it. Oh, that's big. The layer. There you go. That so you can see it. Horns. So we'll do the horns in purple for now, so I can see them a little bit better. There. For that, we'll add the details later. Okay, I'm pretty sure those are all separate. So, good. Loosen up. The arms. That you're not totally closed. That's right, because I erased on the hairline, but the eyes are going to appear over it anyway, so it don't matter too much. Okay, so left iris. We'll do that and whoops. I'll do that in hot pink. Tune a layer, folder. Iris. Do this one. I've returned. Oh, welcome back. We're just about to test out the head in HONK to make sure all my stuff is working okay. It's awful. Oh, you never did tell me what you're working on for your mom. Oh, I know it's all messed up. That's why it's messed up. There we go. That should be fixed there now. I know I said I wasn't going to be too darling about this, but I need to fix the little things that are bugging me. There we go. Oh, they just look so weird. Not a fan, not a fan. Fix that up there, because the eye is bugging into the thing now. What it needs, I just need a line here. So I know that there's depth there. That's part of what's bugging me about it. Let's see. Oh, the color is wonderful. Thank you. They're all still just placeholder, though. Just so we can get this thing into the program finally to make sure I cut this up right. But I don't know. Maybe we'll stick with them. This is my default. Always go to pink and blue. So every character I make has some variation of that somewhere in them. Because if it's not broke, don't fix it. Okay, but I think that is fixed at least, so it's not bothering me as much. Our iris, so that's its own thing. And again, since it's just for tests, we'll worry about the details later. I know they're missing their exclamation points in their eyes. Okay, so now we're going to take care of the left ear. Do that. Thing is, this isn't really digging into the hair as much. That's something I have to consider, but this is technically above everything here except the horn. But that's what we're here for. We're here to learn and work out these little kinks in the design. Okay, just throw something down. Probably could have just done fill bucket tool for those now. Lighter colors. You can see the inside of the ear. It's okay if it goes into the horn. It just can't go into this line there. There we go. That should be okay. Oh, please just rename my layer. Thank you. Oh, the colors. They're good colors. Yes. I mean, yeah, like they work together, but it does mean I'm a little bit limited if this is what I keep going back to. You know? But there I go again. Accentuating the negative when I really don't have to. Because it is appealing. It does look good, I think. It's just I overuse it, is all. Okay. able to get you. So that is the reference. In. Maybe I should have also drawn on the bow, because that would be a good time to test that feature too. That way, when I get to the body, I don't have to worry about it if it doesn't actually work. Okay, and that's what this layer is, just the eyebrows. I'm gonna do a darker shade of blue so I can see them. No, not a new vector layer. So, their eyebrows, they would be pink, dumbass. There we go. Well, it's all fur. I guess it could be any color. It could be white. Nah, because it puts too much in with the eyes. Okay. Where am I? Where am I? Let's fix the head outline. There. And I will go ahead and draw on the bow real quick, just so we can test that out while we're in there. So I can bring my sketch over so we can see what we did. That holder. The eyebrows into their own thing. And if it turns out when I put this in here that I can mask the eye to the sclera, then I can make the eyes not so creepy anymore. If not, it is what it is, but I'm gonna cross my fingers that I'm wrong about there not being, whatchamacallit, what do you call it? A masking tool? But we'll see when we get there, I suppose. That, go around, that's, I guess. Should probably be using a smaller brush for the little details, but such as this. I'll edit it later if need be. It'd be cool if we could get a little bit of swaying motion on this, but it might not work out. We'll see. Yeah, okay. That'll work for now. Transparency back so I can see. Do a little bit of this. Okay. So I think that's everything we need separated on them. The horn color has got to change later, but for now, this'll work. Oh, the mouth. I need to do all the mouths. Dumbass, dumbass. Always forgetting crap. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. First, you fix this so that I have some color there. Okay. Closed mouth, I don't need to worry about. I do need to worry about. Please rename the folder. For Christ's sake, why is that so difficult to do? And just do the pink mouth. Whoops. Fix the reference layer, please. Let's do pink mouth. My pink tongue. Okay. That will be functional. That's going to switch between the colors instead of having to resample them every time. Oh, but sometimes they have teeth. Well, maybe I can cheat and just leave it transparent, because that part's going to be white anyways. And I gotta remember to keep doing my reference layer if I'm going to be doing that. Yeah. Please. Okay. Got you. Set the reference layer. Sorry, my mind is just totally in get this done fast mode, so I'm not looking at anything. I just want to get through this so we can finally import them. Yeah, that's not a bottom tooth, that's open mouth. Oops. Layer. And I didn't name the other one. Great. What are you? You are diff. We don't need. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, let's start exporting this. Okay, I know what I'll do. So save you. Copy this folder into a new one. That way, I don't have to keep uncropping the other one we had. So for now, just make this as big as it needs to be. Do that. Okay, now we can separate these as we need to. Okay. Should I crop around what I need though? I'll do that in GIMP later. So, save duplicate. Still make a new folder for this friend. For now, we'll call them Yomi. So that's what I thought of, and we didn't get any alternative names. So, our ear, going in there. Crap, I didn't disable the background. Okay, do it again. So right here. Yes. Yes. Head. Separate all the eyes. Sockets. Right, I need to turn that off. So that it is left iris. R iris. Turn this back on so it'll be there when I open it later. I'll save each individual mouth later. Let me get all these first. Here. Since we don't have any of the other horns on another layer, we'll just call it horn. We need to specify. Eyebrows. And now we get to do all the mouths. Okay, here we go. We'll do it top to bottom. Is that really where the mouth is? Relative to the head? Yes, it is. Oh no, it just surprised me for it to be so low there. Okay. File. Duplicate. Ugh. Duplicate. Didn't come up with anything better. The only name I could think of at the moment is Horny because, yeah, brain's not coming up with much today, unfortunately. That's alright. Like, I'm not upset about it. I don't need to apologize for it. Horny, though. it's funny. I have a funny story about that because that reminded me of something. But, I don't know, maybe we will, just to be a little tongue-in-cheek about it, you know? And it works because it's got multiple horns. So, they are indeed very horny, you might say. I just realized maybe I should have titled these all mouth and then the sounds, that way they all appear in the same area in the folder. Because now they're all going to be separated. And that's just a minor inconvenience. All hindsight, you know. Okay, and closed. Okay, so now I'm going to switch this over to GIMP. Oh, I didn't make a new display thing for this. Where is it? Just so y'all can see what I'm doing, so you're not looking at nothing. Yep. Yep. I'm not gonna worry about cropping it too much. We're not gonna be in GIMP that long. But let me at least move it below the overlay. There we go. Turn that off for a sec. We'll just have the dummy background there. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about cropping it too much. Okay, let's go open up GIMP. That way I can make the pictures a little bit smaller. Put the head here. That way I have a reference and can import everything else. We'll just delete the extra head. Is GIMP always this slow? I feel like it used to load images a lot faster. Come on. There we go. Ugh, creepy. Get rid of that one. We don't need the extra head there. Okay. So, let's go get all the mouths together first. So, should be able to crop those. Okay. So we can hide that. And we'll do those all one at a time. Okay. So, export as this is place. Export. Still. Ugh, so much little busy work. Obviously, there's just a way to expedite this process a little bit, but such as it is. Did the music just stop to do a little piano interlude? What the heck just happened to my music? Now that I was focusing on it for a sec. Where's the O sound? We can see OBS, by the way. Yeah, that's the point, because I don't have a whole other thing for capturing GIMP. GIMP doesn't capture properly with the window, at least the last time I tested it. So the only way for y'all to see what is in GIMP, I need to do like a full display capture. It's like what happened with Void. So, sorry for seeing that a little late, but yeah, that's on purpose. I just have to remember to switch that back to Clip Studio once we get there. That's also going to be how we capture HONK. At least the process of putting it together, we should be able to capture the window properly to see the VTuber on screen though, so... Okay, so that was all the mouths, so let's exit out of all that. Okay, there we go. So now I need to separate I need to cut around each individual eye, or is it okay if I just do... just thinking about that. I'm not sure how that's gonna work. I could put the sockets where I can see them. Irises over them. Yeah, I think I need to cut around each individual one since they're gonna move separately. So, crop sockets at least. But, so, turn off what I don't need. Eyebrows. Where's my other iris? There we go. So, that sockets. Place you, yes. And go ahead and do eyebrows too, since they're on the same layer. What am I doing? Just need to turn off what I can see. I don't need to waste my time doing everything. Where'd I put my sockets? There they are. What's that? Is that the horn? Horn, and turn off. That's left iris. Okay. Eyebrows. Okay. I still need to do all of the irises. I need to do horn. I need to do the bow. Okay. Should have made a list. And there's a way to be a little more precise about this, but I don't feel like going through the trouble. Let's see. About the cropping, I mean, but it takes a little bit longer than what I'm doing now. That's smart. Okay, let's just hide the sockets ahead of time so I don't have to keep on doing it. Well, that point is now moot. This is the last iris I have to do. That's such as it is. Probably don't even need the head anymore, to be honest. Iris. Okay. So we need to get the horn, which is this one here. Hopefully I didn't cut anything off since the ear is over it. Okay. A little better. Oh no. Well, we'll see how it works, because I just realized something that might be a problem for us later, since this horn is on its own thing. I just realized that. Because if what I was thinking was possible, then Kuneho would have no problem working in HONK. What's going to give us problems might be a problem here now. And I'll talk about that more when we do it, because my concerns may be unfounded. We'll see what happens when we get there. Just realize that. Yeah. I think we just have this ear and no, we also have the bow. But then we'll be good. And we should be good once I get the bow and this last ear. I think that'll be every piece. Okay. Okay. I think that should be the last piece. So, just double check the folder. Yep, that seems to be everything separated. So now, I'm gonna go into the HONK folder. Make a new character. Oops, made too many. Oops. How do I rename a folder? Why can't I rename you? There you go. Oh, it has been such a trip having to learn whatchamacallit. Windows 11 since I had to change computers. So I'm gonna copy all that. That. In this Yomi folder. I'm actually gonna bust out HONK. There he is. And yeah, I'm gonna do it full screen. Now, please. Change characters. So pull up Yomi. That's not what I need. Okay, so create layer. Let's grab the head. Wow, too big. Oh, this is the zoom out. Okay. That should be good enough. Layer. Nope, wrong one. Create layer. Let's go ahead and bring in the eyes first. So those will be about there. Cursor, rotates on speech, duplicate, edit sprites. Oh, we didn't do a blink. I totally forgot a blink. Crap. Well, I guess they're just not gonna blink for now, but I'll have to fix that. God damn it. Oh. Set you to layer. Set you to layer 2. Big edge. Yeah. A little too huge there. It's like, isn't there a character that's just a giant floating unicorn head? That's from something. For some reason, that's popping into my head as something that exists in this world. Whoops. Oh, for Christ's sake. Okay, you're gonna be over there to the side for a sec. I need to set the render order as soon as these get put into my thing. Okay, we're learning, we're learning. Okay. Stop clicking on the head. Click on the eye, please. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, can I select it from here? Okay, this is how we do this. Alrighty, learning. Learning, we're figuring this out. Although, if they're going to be looking at the screen, I guess their default position should be the middle. I should have designed the iris around that. But that's okay. Gate layer, light iris. You get set to layer. I think 3 is where I have the other one. Okay, just a little bit. Okay, that's going to be good enough. Look at cursor. Look circle. Oops. Oh! How'd you move? I think I need to be tabbed out, actually. Why? Why? To test how the movement works. Put your cursor where the character will be on screen and press the letter C. Ah. Like, relative to what? My entire screen? Guess they'd be down here. Put your cursor in the top right of your screen. Left. Save. Let's save it for now while they're still put together. Okay, that does not seem to be working. Oh, sorry. Missed some comments because I was focused on that. Blinking is optional. Star versus the forces of evil. Her name is Princess Unicorn Head. Yes. Yes, I thought that was something. So I'm not crazy and didn't just make that up. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? Oh, you know what it is? Because I put them down here. So for now, since they're in the middle of my screen, let's calibrate them to being about here. I can always recalibrate this. Okay. Nope. It's still not looking. What am I doing wrong here? I don't know, look box. I don't know, I'm just not getting anything. Well, I'll come back to that and let me worry about bringing in the other layers, I suppose. Under order. Layer. Up there. You need to be behind the head, so you actually need to be on 0. Okay. Now let's see if we can at least get the lip sync to work. That will be my next concern. Where's my closed mouth? There we are. Oh, I didn't save the closed mouth. Ah, Lord have mercy. Crap. I already... Yeah, I already undid everything. How am I gonna fix this? Okay, here's my idea. Here is my idea. Close out of that. Here's original. Gonna bring in... I don't know, any mouth is fine. That... No, is this gonna work the way I think it does? No. Well, it doesn't need to be perfect, I guess. This needs to be in about the same spot. Okay. Closed. Replace. Export. And I have to move from my personal pictures into the HONK folder. So I need to put you in there. Place the file. I'm gonna save and reopen this because I'm sure that's something I'm gonna have to do to make sure that reloads. Okay. Okay. There we go. That should hopefully get us what we need. Send you to layer 4. And we're gonna edit sprites. So PBM. Guess I can stay as closed because that's yeah. So that. There we go. I think I decided that was similar enough to that. Oh, I don't think I made that sound, did I? We'll substitute it with O for now. Don't have a ch sound. I'll substitute O for that. Do I need to put in a mouth if it's the same as the base? No, that's not so. There it is. I thought I had a. There it is. Oh, I didn't fix it either. Just notice that. Oh, luckily I still have this up here, so we can just do that real quick. Save and reload again. Or maybe it'll just reload on its own. Let's find out. Nah, I'm gonna have to reload. So save. Reload it. Okay. Is it still not saved? Oh, because I didn't move it to the HONK folder. God damn. Dumbest of asses. Okay. Well, in that case, maybe it does reload on its own. Let's find out. No, still have to reload it. There we go. Okay, now maybe I can use if for some of the other ones that I didn't have. This is close for isn't it? Okay. Oh, I don't have the. That's the same as this. Okay, so I got everything except a blink. It's not right. Okay, so I selected my mic. Okay. Well, it looks like the lip sync is working. I can probably do with some more accurate mouths, but such as it is, at least it's working. Okay. The eyes still need to be fixed, but I don't really know what to do. Right? Because it knows it's an eye. Cursor. Cursor. Circle. Great eyes. So let's put them as if they were on the overlay. So that would be this bottom corner here. Top right. left. Okay, that thing just does not want to move. Whoops. Minimize it. Oh, also realize I don't have the bow in here. Let's test some of the other things while we're here, I guess. 4. So, rotates on speech. Tiny bit. A bit to there. Let's worry about the other stuff. So right here, we will rotate on speech to low. Whoops. Jeez. Where are my other layers? Do I scroll through these? Speech low. There. Is that all I needed for now? Okay. Testing, testing. I mean, that's kind of cute. Try it with more extreme rotation. Let's try high. Okay, how does that look? Okay, high is too much. Too much for that ear. Whoops, did not want to duplicate you. Let's try medium. Ear waggle test. I guess that's what you call this. Nah, low is good enough for the ear wiggling. Let's see. Bow could probably rotates a little. Oh, please select that. Waggle test, waggle test. I don't know. If I was seriously gonna do that, then I might put like the 2 little dangly ribbons onto their own layers too. That way they can wiggle independently. It's not a terrible effect though. It's kind of paper cutouty. Okay. So the only thing left that I really need to test then is, what should I call it? It's following the cursor, but it just doesn't want to. Any documentation? We can look at character creation, look and blink. Let's see. Toggling on a look. Oh. I didn't even see that. I see. That's what I was missing. Dumbest of asses. So, is this how far it's gonna wiggle around? So should I just do it like that? Okay. Let's test that now. Yeah, that's about what it's doing. That's right. So I've been calibrated for around there. So let's calibrate the eyes again. See? 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 Okay. Now it moves around this area. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So now let's test what happens if we try to get every piece to do that. So we're gonna look at the cursor. You're gonna have a look all over, I guess. Not sure how this looks or what exactly this is doing. What is the look distance? Let's see. After toggling on, the new slider will appear on the left. How far the element can move. Okay, so that's how far from, like, the setting it can move. I see. Okay, okay. Figuring this out, figuring this out. So, I guess since everything's going to be moving together in this case, I should keep all of that relatively similar. Right? Because if they're different, then we're going to have an effect where they kind of glide around the face. That's okay, that's okay. Cursor. Yeah, it took me a bit to figure that out too. Yeah, I think it takes a little bit. Anything new like this takes a little bit of figuring out. But I'm glad that I was able to figure it out relatively quickly, so that we can actually make progress on this. Dear cursor. I may experiment with what these shapes actually do. Let's see. It'd be nice if there was a way to set it exactly. Like this in the corner is helpful. And I should probably be using it to make sure they're all the same. Oops. Close enough to test what's going on right now. The ear is drifting too much from the head. That's a bad effect. So is it that the head has a much higher radius? Is that what I did? It's much higher, so I gotta set everything to match that. And else everything's gonna bounce around too much. Okay. So head is at around 130. So let's set everything to about that much to see if that changes anything. Might also be the circle of influence thing I've got going on there. So that might be the culprit. Let me see. No, because if I set that the same, then it moves at about the same rate, so nah, it's the other thing that I thought it was. Oh, no, well, because that's what this is. I'm freaking stupid. They're not different things, moron. I am just not paying attention, alright? Do forgive me. For my massive, massive idiocy. Well, here's the thing. Is that going to change how the irises work, though? They have a different thing that they follow. Yeah, so if I do it like that, then it's never going to leave the center. So that's bad for the iris. Iris still needs to move independently. Yeah. Need to fix the right iris, methinks. It's looking awkward. Let's have it match the left one. So left is at about 70. Right can also be about 70. See if that changes. Yeah, that works. Mouth, though, should be about the same as the head, which I think it's about 130, right? There we go. So that's looking a little bit better. A little bit. It's still a little awkward, but it is what it is. Here we didn't set yet. What am I doing? Look at the cursor. Total. About 130. Right, that's the settings we were using. Make sure. Yeah, that looks okay. It's actually starting to look like something. That's so very exciting. Okay. Like, the eyes are still kind of bugging me out, and it doesn't seem like there's any sort of masking feature, so I guess it's just gonna look kind of bugged out. Sadly. Like, I guess it's an alignment thing. And the size of the left iris is also kind of off, compared to the right one at least. So the right one fills it up. The left one really doesn't, so that's edits to make it a character design. You can also test something with the bow. The bow can be a little bit more loose since it's in front. Okay. It's creepy looking, but we got the process down, so we know what we're doing at least. It just looks bad. Oh, I never did put in the other horn. So since we know that, then in theory, create layer. And the extra horn that we had. There. Make sure that's in front of the ear, please. Do look at cursor, small oval, set it to about 130. There's a little bit of wiggle on it, but if I set it to the exact same number as the head, then that probably wouldn't be an issue for us. I'm glad that that worked out the way I hoped it would, at the very least. Okay. So, given that the eyes are such a huge problem, I think I might just change them entirely. Because the way I drew them, it's just not going to work for this, I don't think. Let me try something. Move your starting position to be a little more natural. But let me make you and because part of it's just that it's poorly drawn. It's kind of flat on one edge now that I look at it. And also, now that I think about it, they're not actually looking at my cursor. I'm so concerned about how it moved as a whole that I realize now it's not even really looking at what I want it to look at. It's like opposite. How to work around that, though. Unless I still have them set to be moving in this corner. That's probably what it is. Let me see if that's what's going on. So, let me calibrate you for here, here, here. Because I think it's relative to that. Let's see, sorry, my Wi-Fi cut out for a bit. It's no problem, man. Just been, whatchamacallit? Troubleshooting for the most part. I open this as a game or display. I don't remember. I think I do it as HONK. Yeah. Specific window. Go capture HONK. Okay. I have a transparency. Ah, I see. So we'll do chrome. That way we can chroma key that out. Where did I put HONK? Okay, where is it? Where are my filters? So chroma key, chroma key. Okay, that should work. Oops. No, they're still going backwards. Because they should be looking over here. This is set up the way I think it should be. Let me see. Try it again. Do I do this relative to where the head is gonna be? This is a little confusing. Might have to look at the documentation again. Oh, now they're just stuck. Oh, I see. If I minimize it, that happens. That's what's going on. I just need to click off of it. Still moving backwards. Okay. Let me see what the documentation says. So what did that open up in? Okay. Layers, looking blink. Okay. I still need to look at the looking blink. After toggling on looking for a layer, a new slider will appear once it's positioned. Set up, get all your windows positioned, and press the calibrate button. Or maybe it's relative to the HONK window. Maybe that's what's going on. Not my screen. Or not my actual display screen. Let me try that. Let's do it from there. Top right. Bottom left. I mean, that seems counterintuitive to me, but we'll test it out. Nope. Still moving backwards. Well, since it's backwards, then maybe I just have to put it opposite to where I want it to be, and it'll work out. Let's test that theory. Okay. Okay, that theory seems to be true. So, I guess for this to move the way that I want it to, it needs to be calibrated backwards. Now the eyes are flying away from the face, but such as it is. It's just something about the way I'm calibrating it that's wrong. Maybe it's how I've got it set up to follow the mouse. Is it because it's in a wide oval? Maybe I should do like a box. We'll test that on the head. See if maybe that's what's going on. Okay. So recalibrate the eyes. Test this by doing it about this corner, that corner, corner. Or am I under? Yeah, I think that's what it was. It's the shape I was using. So, if I set everything to a box, then maybe everything will be okay then. Because if it's the window, then yeah, it exists in a box. That makes sense. It would have been nice if the documentation explained that, but live and learn. That's the point of this stream. To figure out these silly things. Is that everything? Get everything in the box. Mouth. Okay, so bow, is in the box. Mouth is in the box. What's that name? Honk. Shouldn't that be named Horn? Horn's in the box. Ear is in the box. The irises are different, though. Those can stay wherever they are. Box. I already know you're in the box. Oops, wrong button. Okay, so everything's in the box now. Damn it. Minimized it. Okay. Maybe I should still change the eyes, because the eyes aren't looking right. Okay, let's change the eyes then. The box. Okay, guess that's looking better. Here's what I'll do to test if that's doing what I want it to do. So, get rid of that display, that one back up. I'm gonna look at the stream to see what it does as I draw. Or try to, anyways. Since I also have to be looking at the screen to draw. It's gonna be doing some scrolls. Hopefully the stream catches up fast enough. Okay, let me see what it's doing. Oh, I got cut out right when it's something that I needed to test. I didn't accidentally. No, I'm still live, so it says. Ah, for crying out loud. Reload that. Okay. Alrighty. Please don't cut out while I'm testing, please. Thank you. But even so, it doesn't seem to quite be doing what I want it to anyways. Sometimes they'll look down like they're looking down at a tablet, which might be useful if I shrink their head a little bit. But for the most part, don't think that's tracking the way I'd like it to. Well, stream still hasn't caught up for me though, so I still can't see it. It might be the placement of the eyes too. Or my understanding of what's the best place to put those is bad. But what if I move those more to the side? Does that change anything? Well, yeah, it makes it look worse. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Close out a honk. Save the character. I hope that's safe. Don't have to redo all that. Close out a GIMP. And, close out this, so that's not covering my stuff anymore. Where's my honk? Turn you off. Turn you off, I said. Okay. Let's go back in here and work on fixing the face. So, just delete that entire layer. So, for the purpose of testing, I think what I'm gonna do is just do some simple dot eyes so I can keep track of it. So, I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be left eye. Okay. There we go. Good enough for what I need it to do. that. We don't need those anymore. Close on that. I'm not too worried about fine-tuning the mouths at this moment. The mouth, for the most part, works fine. Just need these in. Did not do what I hoped it would do. Great, great. Okay, control all. Copy. Oh, that's right, because I actually moved this. It is doing exactly what it thinks it should be doing. Balance those relatively. Yeah. I really have them that far off? I did. I totally did. Whatever. This is the real one. I'll fix it in here. Okay. This out of my mouth folder. What's that? Close that. I should not have closed GIMP. That's okay. You know what? Yeah, just call it eyes for now. I'll separate them in GIMP. And this is going to be so quick that I'm not going to bother changing the display. It also seems that I keep crashing here on my end. I have to keep loading on my phone so I can see the chat. Oh, everything's falling apart. I'm starting to lose myself a bit. Which might mean... What am I doing? Which might mean it's about time for me to take a break and eat something. So many eyes there. Oh. Die. Sportos. Right eye. Okay. Right eye, left eye. Copy those. Downloads. It's my HONK. Put you there. Into that folder. Okay. Hopefully HONK saved, because it just did not close properly. I'm gonna hope anyways. Now let me change the display so that now y'all can see what I'm doing. Okay. That there. Do I have 2 instances of HONK? Yes, I do. Okay. Let me see if it's still saved. It seems to still be saved, so that's good. So, left iris. Or, you know what the problem is? Or, the problem I should have tried fixing? I should have just separated the sockets so that they moved with the iris. That was the problem. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. But I already deleted it, so... Undo. Okay. So that's what I should have done. Okay. Get me out of here. You know what? Just edit this straight from the folder here so I don't have to keep bouncing back and forth. So, move the socket there. Pop it there. So, socket. It's probably not gonna fix that they're not looking where they should, but at least it'll hopefully keep their iris from drifting out of the sockets. And that's kind of what I'm concerned about. Okay. So, let's get rid of you. Eight. There. That's right, I gotta reload. Save. Close that a honk. Launch it again. Okay. Socket. I don't remember what layer the eyes were on. They just need to be above the head. There we go. Put you somewhere. Iris. Now let's test it with that being the default position then. And import the right socket. Iris. Okay. So now I need to change. So do I do it to match the iris, or do I do that to match the head? If I do it to match the head, then we'll be at the same problem we had before. So let's try matching the iris. Movement. No, that's not what I want. Two. Big circle. Get you to about. Same thing for. Oops. Same thing for you. Circle. No, I don't want you to bounce. What is this? Socket. Not that much. Okay. Well, no, because now the irises aren't moving in the sockets, so that still needs to be different. Changing it to the look box and see if that changes anything. Not especially. What is this knockoff Eye of the Tiger I'm listening to right now? Okay. So maybe it should match the head then, the sockets. Head. It's at about 130. We'll test that theory. Well, as I feared, we're just back to the same problem we had before. So maybe... Oops. Maybe it still needs to be close to the iris look distance. So somewhere in between, maybe. Put it at 80. Let's do about 100. See if that changes anything for the better. Okay. Now they don't move around as much. And also... change that to look circle to see if that changes anything. I guess how good this effect is going to be is if you're okay with the eyes being over the hair, things like that. So I guess that could be fixed by me putting the hair on another layer. Like what I did with the horn. Yeah. Mostly I think it just comes down to me drawing it better. Because the effect works, it just doesn't look good. And I'm not sure how to calibrate it to look at the cursor correctly. That's the other thing about it. What do I want to do then? Well, I guess for the time being, we'll work on. Go ahead and close all that out. Character. Okay, so I think that's saved. Add some of this stuff. I'm gonna switch the view. Not off. We're gonna go ahead and finish up the body so we can test the animation stuff we wanted to do with that. Should be mostly a case of applying the same principles that we just did on the head to the body stuff. I still want to see how it works. And then, whatchamacallit, we'll worry about making this actually presentable and fixing the eyes and things like that. So right now, I just need something to function. I get too caught up in the tiny details. Are going to be here all day, yet again. Okay. So here we go. Now hopefully there should be a little less mumbling from me and we'll actually get something done. So since that's going to be underneath the head, we'll just close that up there. Yeah, not going nearly as smooth as I would have hoped, but I came into this preparing to have to learn, you know, be humbled by the program, so to speak. And that is happening. But I'm glad that we're figuring it out. Because this does open up some possibilities for other things. So if I can figure out exactly the science behind the mouse tracking, then I think we'll be golden. Okay, I'm gonna give up on that because it's too difficult for me to draw for whatever reason. The reason being I'm just bad. So I'm gonna worry about that later. Just get the body in. Can't be too darling about this. We need to get something on the paper. Even if it looks bad for the time being. Once I figure out how to animate it in HONK, then I can just clean this up on my own time and then release it. Because all the cleanup is just going to be art stuff. The hard part, programming, so to speak, I guess it's technically programming, it's more just like setup, is what I think is important to document. The art stuff you can get from anybody and find better artists out there. The actual putting it together, piecing it up, the cutting it up, all that business is really what I'm trying to document here. So that other folks don't have to go through the same trials as me with this. So I don't know, I just haven't found, not that I've looked especially hard since I gave up on HONK being a, whatchamacallit, being Kuneho's program, to have her out there. I didn't look too much into it. I Like, I'm sure there are communities that have explained this and put that information out there. But I didn't see much on YouTube, since that's primarily where I go to find my information, since I don't like talking to nobody. Haven't found much on that. There's simple stuff in there, for sure. But getting the complex stuff that we're trying to pull off, haven't seen much documentation on that, at least on YouTube. Okay. No. Worry about the details of the pants later. Again, just gotta get ink to paper, work out the details later. Just do want to make them a little bit cuter. Not really capturing that cute factor for me. Definitely gonna have to redo the eyes to do that. I think they are so creepy looking as they are right now. But they are functional. And that is alright with me for the time being. Pants are a little bit low, aren't they? I feel like they'd be sagging, but not too worried about it. Just need something on paper. Did say that I might put that on separate layers to have it dangle a little bit, but it shouldn't be moving the way that the bow currently moves, I don't think. Okay. Move that, get you around your neck. Let's see. I guess I should. No, because there's a sleeve there. There wouldn't be anything open for some reason. Cutting it up like this, I thought he was wearing a tank top, but he's not. Yeah, I've cut this up weird. There's something weird going on. I'm not worrying about it too much. So I'm getting tired, I'm getting a little fed up. So this part isn't going to be as clean. Okay, so this is the body. Need to cut up the arm to be separate from the rest. Okay. Shoulder. Just turn transparency down so I can see what I'm doing. It's supposed to be a little bit of, it's about to say skin, but I guess it's technically fur between bracelets and the cuff of his, what you call it? Shirt. Shirt, that's the word. Just thought of something. I do want there to be a little wiggle in there, but should I wiggle the whole arm with the sign, or should I have that separate, like the hand holding the sign and then the arm is its own thing? Let me look at it and think. Yeah, because they're technically on different parts of the body, so they would move a little bit. Not out of sync, but not necessarily in the same direction. So yeah, let's cut it up that way. See how that would. We'll do that. Whoops, I'm using the wrong brush. Okay. So we'll cut it up like that. Should I separate the arms into two halves instead of that? Because I don't think that's going to move that much. And since I can't lock the layers, it'll look bad if they wiggle out of sync. So, yeah, we'll just have the hand holding the sign be different. Okay, left arm. Left hand. Okay. Okay, let me draw the sign first. You don't draw the object before the hand. The hand conforms to the object. So it's best if we draw that first. And work out the bad anatomy later. Okay. That's my rulers. Damn it. Okay. Okay, should be able to figure it out from here without that. That's what I'm calling going on this mindlessly. I think I said this earlier, but I originally grabbed the 3 emojis things for a different project I was working on and just decided to repurpose them into what we're doing now for this project. And the only one of the sets of emojis that I got started on was actually this set, the pufferfish warning sign unicorn thing. So I do have a separate character design based on that. It's a little bit different from this, though. It still has the same streetwear elements, and it was also going to carry the sign around. It was just more human. It wasn't a funny little creature like we have today. And I might show that later, but I'm gonna focus on this so I can get it done, test the things I want to test. I'm getting, what's the word? Cantankerous? I think that's the word I'm looking for. Okay. Still put in some of those little details, like the wrapping on the sign, though. It's just not gonna be clean. I can't be bothered right now. I can't be bothered. I need to eat something, but I don't want to stop. I don't want to move. I don't want to do nothing. Except get it over with so I can stop. We'll do the same thing with the bow, so that'll be on a separate layer. Okay. So now the pole is drawn. That's right, they don't have fingers. They just have hooves, so they can just hold them in their mystical hand. I'll do it like that. Okay. Don't need to erase this though. Little nubbin. There we go. That'll work for my needs. Okay. What else do I need? You need to go away. You're not a part of that. So now we need right arm. I'm a bit curious about why, whatchamacallit, YouTube, at least as far as I can tell, doesn't seem to have a separate category for art streams like this. They have other lifestyle type things, but nothing for art. Which reminds me that I forgot to switch the category for the moon stream to gaming. I was still under people and vlogs. I had done so many, whatchamacallit, art streams in a row. I never had to change it, so it didn't occur to me to. Okay. The tail, and that should be it for the pieces that I need separated. Because again, I'm not gonna worry about cleaning this up. Not yet. Not for now. And I might still do the cleanup on stream. I'll decide that later. Since that is technically a part of doing this start to finish, which is the idea of this whole nonsense I'm going through. But we'll see. Okay. So the body is gonna be... Yeah, I guess the body's fine where it is. So take that out. I guess you can just live in. Turn you off. Okay. So do that. Folder. I'll just make the shirt bright yellow because I'm pretty sure that's what it was going to be. Pants can be hot pink because I've got some hot pink cargos myself. They're very cute. I like them a lot. Wish I had more outfits that they actually went with though. It's gonna be caution tape. Let's do like dark pink to represent the black there. In a similar vein, do the dark. That, bring that there. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, that'll work for now. Body. Left arm. I do need to fix that though. There we go. That's good enough for now. Okay. I wonder how long I've actually been streaming for, if I'm starting to get so cranky already. Might mean it's been about 4 hours, but I'll check it out later. Not too concerned about it right now. Since I just want us to keep going. No stopping, just get it going. Yeah, we'll make the spikes same color as her horns, or not. Oh, arm, okay. What's even in this layer? Nothing. Get rid of it. Okay. And okay. Oh, we didn't even put the exclamation point on this thing. It's fine. It's fine. I just need it done. I just need the shape in there. I forgot to draw the bow. I'm realizing that now. Okay. roof would be the same color as the horns, right? So it's all the same material. No, it's not. Oh, is it? Horns. Horns are calcium, that's bones, but toenails and thing is... No, that's not cartilage, that's the name for that. Oh, I don't remember. Don't remember. And... Where's the arm? Where the heck is the other arm? Yes, that wasn't the left-hand folder. I didn't make a left-hand folder. Body folder. There it is. There. There. Let's see, put the cuff on this one. And up tail. Right arm. Wrong. Layer type, get rid of yellow. Color's the main. Okay. Okay, I think I've got what I need to start exporting these properly. And since I'm taking them into GIMP to resize them anyway, there's no point in moving it to another window. Let's turn that off. Head, since we don't need it. Okay. Layers in the spot. Right spot, please. Is there anything in this layer either? No, get rid of it. I have all these empty layers. Okay. I guess I'll just do them in the order that they appear here. Okay. And I'm just gonna reuse the bow that we have earlier for that. I can't be bothered. Go into the HONK folder. Directly in the HONK, because there's no point in separating it into its own thing here. There, images. And why can't this be simple? Why can't you just load the folder that I'm saving these in? I can't find my HONK. If it happens again, we're moving it to a folder. I'm just gonna move them manually later. Hold on. Duplicate. Okay, you're just going in this folder. Honey. Right on. Okay. Alrighty, that's done. Time to bust out GIMP again so I can read sizes. Need to go grab the ones that I did save here. Just the left arm and left hand. Starting GIMP. Thank you. And we'll switch the view so y'all can see that. Go on there. Nice. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Start all the changes. Go into that folder. These. Joe. Tail. Right arm. I think that is it. Okay. Close. Paste in here. Okay, I think that should be fine. So I'll bust out HONK again. Just gonna just zoom out so you can see everything. Set render order. You're gonna be at the very bottom. No, it's the tail's gotta go behind you, so you can be on layer. Where's the head on? Okay, we need to bring the head up then. Head's on layer 0. Hopefully I wasn't messing anything up. Okay. And 2. What I'm really concerned about is how left arm and stuff is gonna work. They need to be layered at least above the body, so try layer 2. Need to be on layer 3. Okay. Right arm. Oh, the body's on 0, I think. What the heck happened? What is that? That is the left arm. Where is it? Did I not fix the arm? Whatever, it's... Okay. Zoom in a little bit. There's a way to, like, grab around the screen. So I guess they're just gonna be like that for a bit. That's a bit unfortunate, but that's how I set them up, so it'll be what it is for the time being. So we want to rotate on speech a tiny bit. There. Okay, I need to look at the cursor. Fonts. I think we had the head at about 130 it was. So about that is good. Body. Fonts. 30. The right arm actually shouldn't move that much. It's just gotta follow. Body. Where is it? Left arm. 30. Where's the hand? There you are. So I do want you to rotate a tiny bit there. But still need you to look at the camera. I think that's everything. Okay. Oh! That happened to their arm! Okay. Does it keep doing that? Is it so big? Okay, I guess we're gonna have to fix that. So save you, close you out, make sure we get that fixed. Wi-Fi is back. Oh, welcome back. I'm sorry if it took me a little while to notice that. It was kinda hyper-focused on what I was doing. Let's see. Changes. It's all kind of coming together. Like, art needs improvement, but... Oh, what happened to my music? I swear I had that to loop. Okay, here we go. Anyways, what am I doing? Put it there. Sort over like that. Okay, what am I doing now? I've lost my entire train of thought. Okay, fix that directly in the honk thing, so I should be able to just launch you and take care of it from there. Did I move this on? 2. Oh, there 2 is fine. It just needs to be below the hand and the cursor. Oh, 130. Okay. That's right, because the bobbing only happens when I speak, so I need to be speaking constantly to even test this part of it. Okay. So tail, let's actually rotate you a little bit more. Okay, testing the wobble. That looks a little unnatural for the tail. No, don't like it. Just do low. Might be able to increase the left hand wobble a bit, though. See how you look with the medium. Okay. Testing the wobble, testing the wobble. Okay. That doesn't look too bad. I think I want to desync left arm a little bit, though. See if I increase the look distance. Yeah. And we'll have the left hand match that. I set the arm to. Arm's at about 170. So the left hand can go to about 70. And that way there's a little more dynamic movement in there. Might do that with the back arm too. So the right arm, should be lower? Let's try it lower. I think it needs to be... I mean, it works. If I put the legs on a different layer, we might be able to get some more dynamic movement, but that's not too bad. I think I want to change pivot is here. That needs to be closer to the base here. Okay. Testing, testing. No, that's not working how I want it to. And there. Let's test how that's working. Like, I guess that's working about the way I wanted it to. It's a little bit jank, but a lot of the animations in this thing is a little bit jank. Okay. Let's edit the tail too. See if we increase it. How that looks. Well, now it's about the same as the arm, which I don't want it to be in sync with either. Well, let's shrink it. It is behind, so maybe it should be smaller. Yeah, that works. That's not the worst thing. So, what have I learned today? What are my takeaways? That little desync from the arm being in front of the body that I really like, despite how bad it looks on this character. It's little things like that which makes me think that this thing has a potential to be so, whatchamacallit, such a powerful program for this kind of thing. Because if you separate your pieces just right, you can probably get a pretty good depth of field effect. You just gotta desync everything at the right way. It's just some little things that just don't, whatchamacallit, that this program doesn't have. Whoops. That kind of throw it off from being totally perfect. Why is this pivot not working the way I want it to? The way it's rotating around that. Let me try it from there. Testing, testing, testing. This is rotating around. It's not rotating from that point. Is it? My eye's just stupid. Let me separate that total so I can see. In theory, it should be going around that when it moves. So testing, testing, testing. But the way it's rotating makes it seem like it's from the middle-ish part. So that's... What happens if I move it to the middle? Does it change it? Okay, is that changing anything? No. Am I using the pivot wrong? That does not seem to be doing what I want it to do. Why can't I move you? Okay. But such as it is. And we piece this together. Still over there. Please move to your proper place. Thank you. That's not proper either. I'm gonna work on the color scheme a little bit, clean up the art some for sure. But in terms of exploring Honk, I think I've explored pretty much everything I wanted to, except what do you call it? Doing different emotes, but until I figure out how to make the eyes not look bad, I don't even want to mess with other emotes. So, let me see how long I've been going. Let's see. Oh, I'm still only at about 4 hours. Well, all the same, I think I'm about... I've gotten to a point where... whatchamacallit? Where I got what I wanted out of today was the rest of whatchamacallit. The rest of what we'd be doing is mostly just cleanup, and I just do not have the patience for that unless I were to take like a break, eat something, but that could take me like 15-30 minutes, and I'd rather just stop the stream than whatchamacallit, deal with that. Let me see. Test this out still. Still doesn't follow the cursor quite right, but I don't know. Maybe it's livelier just by having whatchamacallit, by having the ability to move. That's something I'll have to... Oh, that's what this honk is. I couldn't figure out the difference between the capital honk and the lowercase honk. Anyways, yeah, I think that's gonna do it for tonight. I need to eat something. I need to go away for a little bit and reflect on this project some more. I do appreciate if you hung out for a little bit to see this train wreck in action. Okay, saved you here. And hopefully we'll finish this up next week. I am going to try to stream tomorrow because we still have Moon to play. This isn't a replacement for Moon, it's just, whatchamacallit, something that I wanted to do. Dear, I'm being covered by Grombit there. Where's the display capture? Turn it off. Okay. And also close out this honk. Close that again. Well, y'all don't need to stick around for me to close all my programs. I'm just gonna go ahead and sign off. I'm so tired. I've never had a proper sign off, but again, thanks for here. Let's see. I usually find closing and restarting. Honk fixes these errors. Oh, like the pivot point thing? Well, I'll go ahead and try it. See if that was the issue, since we're still here. Switched off my display thing, but I'm switching back in the honk to see if that'll... whatchamacallit, do anything. Okay. Alrighty. No, it still doesn't rotate from the point that I put, so I don't know what's up with that. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done for the day. Maybe I'll come back and do... or come back later in the night to restart this. Although it's already getting kind of late. It's almost 8. About 40 till 8. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna close after the night. Thanks for joining, though. It's always nice having a little company while I ramble my ass off. Trying to figure out what I'm doing. So that's what I do. When I draw, I just mumble to myself about random garbage. Alright. Yeah. Enough of that. Thanks so much. I'm gonna close out, drink some water, gonna have a snack. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.